Hello, welcome to the March 14th, 2023 Club Cubase live stream. My name is Greg Undo and I'm the host of the live stream. Today I work as a product specialist primarily focusing on Steinberg products for Yamaha Corporation of America. And I'm based in the United States just outside of Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia. And if you're watching the live stream, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. It's always fascinating to see people from all over the world that are joining the live stream. If you have not attended a live stream before, how it works is we can ask questions in the live chat field or send questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. When asking questions, if you could specify which level of Cubase you're running, so if it's Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro, what version number, so if it's 10, 10.5, 11, or 12, and which operating system or which other versions of other Steinberg programs you're running, that information would be helpful. And also, if you're running on Mac or PC, that information is always helpful in helping us come up with as accurate answers as possible. My ability to answer questions in kind of a real-time manner will soon be eclipsed. So when you ask a question, if you don't see an immediate response, we'll go through them all chronologically. And so if you don't see an immediate response, if we could refrain from asking the same question repeatedly, that would be appreciated. It just kind of slows down the whole process for me to get through as many topics as possible. And we should have a index of all the topics covered in tonight's in the live stream by several hours after the live stream has been completed. I'll go through, rewatch the live stream, type up all the questions with the timestamps. So you can look for that as a reference point. If you wanted to search for topics that have been covered in previous live streams, you could go to cubaseindex.com. And we want to thank Jan from Stockholm for all of his work in creating the wonderful site. I think we're at right around 25,000 topics and questions that have been covered. So it's a wonderful resource. We want to give special thanks to Agent K and to Jazz Dude for their work in moderation. So as needed, they're not Steinberg employees. They just do it to make it a better community. Also, we want to give Jazz Dude a special thanks for his work with the Cubase Nation Discord, which is a wonderful resource for people to take advantage of in the Steinberg community. Just a quick note. We will be doing a couple of Steinberg software giveaways on Friday's live stream. That'll be marking our 3-year anniversary since we kind of ramped up the live streams during COVID. So we'll do kind of our live stream trivia. So we'll ask, different trivia questions about people that attend the live stream or about the live stream. So make sure that you tune in for Friday's live stream. Also, we will be doing some marketing materials, kind of promoting the live streams in the near future. So, and we got a number of people that have submitted videos of how the live streams have helped them. But if you found the live streams helpful, if you want to do just a quick, cell phone video or webcam video, just letting us know how the live streams have helped you. That would be wonderful to have as a resource. I figure it would be a good way to actually communicate how it helps people, is to have people that are live stream viewers actually comment on it. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. All right, so the first question we see is, it says, Greg, please show an example of 4-point edit in action. So Nuendo has some more capabilities with 4-point editing, but when I've used it and used Cubase in kind of a 4-point editing mode, what I often do is, and we use this as kind of like a source destination editing paradigm. So it's often used in classical music, but I'm going to move all these selected tracks to a new folder. So we're going to have this, and I'm going to duplicate this particular folder. So I'll close the folder here, and let's duplicate the folder. All right. And let's say on this one, I want to have this as my, I'm going to get rid of all of my content on this one, and we'll call this our source or our destination folder. And we'll call this source folder. And if we want to utilize kind of the divide track list, I could come over here. So I'm going to put my destination folder kind of on top. So let's say we'll put this into this particular track list. I will get rid of my lower. Okay, so often when we're doing kind of typical source destination editing, what we could do, and I like to, and the concept is we have kind of like multiple takes here, and we want to copy those multiple takes to the particular, to create kind of almost like a multi-track comp, but to have two kind of independent timelines. So if I wanted to just come and let's hold down Control and Shift, or if we just, and grab my range selection tool, you can say, okay, I wanted the beginning of this take, and we could listen to it and find kind of our in and out points. And what I'm going to do is just drag this to this particular folder. Okay, so if I want, I'll just make a copy. I'll hold down my Alt or Option key after selecting it, and I'm just going to drag it to my destination folder. And now let's say at this point I wanted to use this. So again, I hold down Control and Shift. Say, okay, now I wanted these particular takes on this one. So I'm going to, again, hold down Alt or Option and just drag directly onto this folder. So let me just, I'll select my contents, drag. Now, one of the things that you could do is switch kind of the grid mode, and I'm going to hold down my Alt key as I do this, sorry. So we could do this and say, let's set my grid to events. So now as I would move a particular event, we could have it automatically kind of butt up. And then if I needed to, to select those and do a quick crossfade between the different events and say, now I wanted this. So I just wanted to do my range selection tool. Sorry for my errors here. So let's say now I wanted the end of this performance. So I hold down the Alt key, drag it to the upper zone again. So just drag just the events. And you could also, if you have kind of the in and out points, let's just drag. I think we could even just drag the folder up. So now, no, let's just drag the events. And now, so as we do this, we could, and again, if I hold down my Alt key or Option key and we just drag it up, we could now, again, just come over there and kind of do like a source destination editing paradigm. So let me know if that works for you, Algis. All right, so a question. Hey, Greg, is it possible to somehow set default trigger notes for the Hallian pads so I don't have to assign them again every time I use a new patch? So let's say if we wanted to just go to Hallians, I think it may, be set up so it's not a default, kind of, intentionally. But let's take a quick look. I'll just open up a different project. Okay, so when we come here, so not everything is going to actually, utilize a a particular sample pad. So, I think it's probably not too hateful to just assign particular trigger note, but let's see if we could save this as a preset. So we could have different and let's see if we could save this as a default. So if you click here, you could just say use default trigger notes. So look in the very bottom, and that might be set up to so maybe you could just use the default trigger notes there, and that way it would be consistent throughout. So give that a try right there in the bottom right-hand corner of the trigger pads. If not, then you could always just assign, say, learn the trigger note, and just so now that we're done assigning the trigger note, so we could see the trigger notes are designed that are just kind of set up. But maybe if let's see if so once you have those trigger notes, right click on it, and then you could save it as default right there. So try just once you have those assigned once, right click and save trigger notes as default, and I think that will work for you. Okay, we have a question. Is it possible to hide entries in the media types filter in the media bay? Example, I never use videos or project. So once you go to your media bay, let's take a look at it. We could have all media types, and all you have to do if you don't want to see projects or media is just to simply uncheck them, and then you won't have those showing up as options. So whatever you want to see, you can check or uncheck just by clicking on all media types, and then at that point you could filter out video files and projects. So again, just on your media types, just uncheck video and projects. Okay, so Daywood Smaddy just asked how I'm doing. So I'm doing great, thank you. It says I have a MIDI track with chords, no variations. I want to assign different variations from Hallian 6 on the same MIDI track. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so it's maybe not as a part of Hallian 6, but let's say if I have. All right, and let's say I have, when I look at this, let's take a look at go to our editor here. So let's say we'll go to our advanced editor, and now we'll go to all right, so let's say if we have a flex phraser, all right, and I've now kind of just recorded this. Okay, so now that I've recorded that, I could drag this particular phrase to that track. So let's say I just have maybe just a quick pattern here. So let's say if I'm playing this pattern. So if I want to actually take this particular pattern, we could put it into chords, and then we could just say, let's get a live input. And now as I would just play different chords on the track, so let me just open this up so you could see it respond to. So as it's playing, we can now just have live chord input. So as I change the chords, if we're in our chords here, that we could set this up to automatically follow the live input from the chords that are played in. So that's how you could do. So if you wanted to do different variations kind of harmonically, you could set that up. Then we could see kind of maybe perhaps, and this is probably a follow-up question. I'm trying to program Howling in 6 like an arranger keyboard, variation 1, variation 2, and program different instruments with different variations with the trigger. Can you help me, please? So, you can do it. It might be a bit more involved than an arranger keyboard, but obviously you have a lot more flexibility. I don't really have like a project file that's kind of simulating how an arranger keyboard works. But as you would go to, different arpeggiators that you could, just simply have any of the MIDI tracks follow the particular chord progression, but you might have to get into, depending, you might have to get into being able to switch between the different, flex phrasers on different particular parts. But if you wanted to spend a lot of time to do it, you could do it, but it's not purposely kind of designed to do like an arranger keyboard. But I think if you spent time, that you could get that functionality. But you probably have to set up different if you wanted to have different, so you could have kind of like a basic pattern, but it may not switch between. That could all the tracks could follow the chords just by putting it into live mode. But you may have to, if you wanted to have like, a lot of different variations on a verse, chorus, bridge, as opposed to just kind of a generic thing that's kind of playing. You could do the generic thing pretty easily, but depending how extensive that you want to get with the differences in the arpeggios or, the patterns, you might have to spend a little more time to do that. All right, so we see, hello, Greg. Is there any way to work with on any of the stock plugins in mono, stereo separately? For example, the Graphic EQ, Parametric EQ, Cubase Pro 12. So if you have, particular plugins, so once we look at a plugin, so if we put a plugin on a stereo track as an insert, the inserts will automatically follow whatever the channel width of the track. So if it's a mono track, the plugin will work mono. If it's a stereo track, the plugin will work stereo. So if I wanted a mono insert, what you could do is send this to a group track, make it a mono group, and put the plugin, so if you wanted a mono plugin to be on here, or if we wanted a mono, so that's for inserts. So the inserts would follow, but you could take a mono track and put it into a stereo group, or a stereo track into a mono group to change that. Also, if you add an effects channel, so say if we go to your effects channel, you could choose whether the effect would be mono or stereo. So that way a stereo track could go out to a mono delay or mono reverb if you wanted it, or a mono track could go out to, a 5.1 reverb, whatever you have configured. So you can kind of work either way. All right, so we have a question. Does Cubase have a Resonator plugin? It's from Alessandro Braz. So if you wanted to, probably a filter plugin would do this. So if we just wanted to, again, jump to, let's go to a filter. So if I wanted to take like this particular track while it's playing, sorry, wrong. Okay, so let's say I want to take this drum loop and let's go to like a filter. So even if you want to go to like, maybe like a tone booster type. So you could do, or, and at this point you can say, okay. And we could set kind of, and we could adjust the width. Or if we wanted to swap that out with like even a morphing filter. And if you wanted to come over here even to like a dual filter. So there's a number of different filter plugins which can do that. Let me know if that's kind of what you were thinking of. All right, we have a question. What does acoustic feedback do in the audio editor window? Okay, so let's say we're in our sample editor here, and let's go to, let's say where our range is set. Here, let me just... All right, so now if I wanted to play just a little bit, so let's say if I come, and I'll make this track a little louder. So if we turn this off when I go to scrub, we could now come over here when we switch the tool. That would allow us to and I think like if we're doing stuff like some scrubbing tools in, like if we're in very audio, for instance, so let's say if we come over to our very audio tab, if we don't have the acoustic feedback on, we don't hear the changes, but with the acoustic feedback turned on, we can hear the results as you're doing different audio edits. All right, so we have Brian Sawyer checking in from Beulahville, North Carolina. Alexander Plasko checking in. We have Robbie Bowling from Dallas, Texas. Great to have you on. Wonderful. I have John Costigan from Kenosha, Wisconsin. All right, so we have a question. Hello, Greg. What is the difference between pace time and pace time at origin? Thanks a lot. Okay, so let's say... Okay, so if I wanted to take this, let's say I'm just going to update its timestamp here. Just 1 second. Okay, here I'll just show it. So let's say I record audio here starting at measure 31. Okay, so we'll just come. All right, so now I think if I paste the time here, so let's say if I take this event and I have my cursor here and I paste, often we just take this recording here. So I'm going to copy this recording and paste it. So that will paste it at time. But if I hit paste time at origin, so if I copy that and then hit Alt or Option plus V, it actually places that particular value, that recorded value. So let's say we copy this file, that will actually place it at the exact time position. So kind of at the origin time of that. So that way, if I move a file here, and then I say, okay, I want to copy, and then instead of just doing Command V, which would Control or Command plus V to paste, that would place it at the cursor position. But if we hit Alt plus V, that would place it at the time, at the origin. So paste time at origin places it directly, you paste it directly at its original position, whereas the other paste is going to be just pasting it based upon where the cursor or the playhead position is at. All right, so we have Trond checking in from Norway. Okay. All right, so we see, it says from Kuz, says, hello, I'm from Ukraine. Thanks for being on the live stream. Please advise how to add a point to the automation without changing the value of the automation. Okay, so let's say I have an automation. So let's say I have my automation point here. So advise how to add a point to the automation without changing the value of the automation. All right, so let's see if if I just kind of put a different point in, we could do that, but let's see if we could lock. So let's say if we, so if you wanted to use like the range selection tool, I could take this and click, and that won't alter the automation value. So if we wanted to select the range, so let's say my automation point here is minus 0.07, and I wanted to add a new automation point. So as soon as I click, we could see that the automation value is still at minus 0.07. So if you want to not alter the value, just click once here on the scale vertical, and that won't change the value, but that will add automation nodes at the beginning and at the end of the selection range. And thank you for joining us from Ukraine. We hope that you're safe and well, and we're happy that you could watch the live stream with everything going on. All right, so we have Max Arrington checking in from Houston, Texas. My brother lives there. We have Robotic checking in. Okay. All right, so we have Sergey checking in from France. Thanks for joining us. All right, so we have a question. How can I change the pre-gain value for multiple tracks simultaneously? Okay, so let's say I'm I have multiple tracks here. Okay, so let's go to my mix console. And I'm going to put these into Q-Link. And let's say I will go to my EQ view here. Let's see if we adjust the gain on all these tracks. Let's say up 3.2 dB. And now if we go to all of the different tracks, we can see that they're up minus 3.2 dB as we navigate to different tracks. But just those ones that were selected. So all you have to do is, whatever tracks are selected, activate Q-Link, go into the channel EQ view, adjust, and then that Q-link value will be applied to all of the selected tracks. So we see Val Lou says, always forget daylight saving times are different between US and EU. Yeah, I should have mentioned that last time. So I imagine we'll have a lot of people joining an hour off because of that. So I did daylight saving time snuck up on me this year. So yeah, all my meetings with my European colleagues are all kind of in flux for what time does it start? Yeah, for next week or two. All right, so we see, is there a way to convert a mono track to a stereo track? I dragged in a bunch of mono files into the arrangement and wanted to add some stereo effects, but they come out mono. So, you could just add a bunch of stereo tracks and add it, or, just add an effects channel track and be able to, choose for your effects channel track to be in stereo. So, but again, if you're using as inserts, that think of it's going to follow the channel width. But if you send it to a group or send it to an effects channel, then, your mono tracks would still play back mono and still have access to all of your different effects. All right, so we see from Robotic, reference track in Cubase. So if you want to use a reference track, we'll show you how to do this utilizing the control room in a very kind of easy way. So let me just open up a particular project here. This project is given to me by the wonderful Clay Ostwald. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look. One of the people I get projects from. You've all heard his work over the years, many of his hits. All right, so let's say we want to set up a reference track. So in this project, we have kind of all right, and let's say we have a reference track here, and I'm just going to EQ this differently so that, all right, so let's say I'm going to load this onto a track, and then I'm going to, instead of sending it to my stereo output, I want to send it to no bus. And what I want to do on this track is just to go to my Q sends. I'm going to say, let's go to my Q send. I want to make sure that we're at 0 dB. Here, I'm just going to send it to my first Q send. All right, so now this track is playing, but it's not going through our stereo output. It's going through our Q send. So all we have to do now, if I wanted to listen to my reference track, so if we solo it, we don't hear it. But if I go to my Q mix, I could use this as my Q mix here. So let's say this is my reference track, and I wanted to use that versus my mix. So I could just switch to the Q, and this just has a particular, this is only the only track that's going in here. So this way, it's not going through all of my master effects, all of my master processing. So I could just listen to the reference track and then switch to my mix. So import it as an audio file, set it to no bus, so it's not going through the same mastering chain. If you have like Master Effects processors, go to the track and set it to output. So we'll go to, let's say, our 24-bit mix track here. This is the one we want. and route it from sends to our Q sends, and then set that to 0 dB. And then you could just simply go from your reference track to your mix. And you could use keyboard shortcuts to navigate back and forth between that as well. All right, so we have a question from Steve Leeds. I opened a Cubase project, clicked play, and what played back was at half speed, all selected out, all stretched out and slow. Don't know what happened or what caused it. Please help me put it back to normal mode. So it probably sounds like there is a sample rate mismatch. So if you were to open up a project that was done at 96K and now your audio interface is set to 48K, at that point, that would play back, or 88.2 or 40, versus 44.1, that would play back the audio at half speed. So try going into your project setup and make sure that the sample rate here, you go to the project setup by hitting Shift plus the letter S, or project menu to project setup. Make sure that your particular sample rate here is what's matching your particular audio interface. And if you're at 48K and your audio interface is set to 96K, that could kind of create a similar thing. So it really sounds like a sample rate mismatch. All right, so we have Michael Teams joining from Weatherford, Texas. All right, so we have Gus Gomez says, I'm new on Cubase after 22 years of Pro Tools. How to convert stereo files to mono. So really all you have to do is and welcome to Cubase, first of all. And we're glad to have you in the Cubase family. But really all you have to do is go to Project and say Convert Tracks. And you can say multi-channel to mono. And now you could have two mono tracks from your stereo track. But don't be afraid of stereo tracks. They're great. So once again, select the track, not necessarily the event, but the track, and go to Project to Convert Tracks. And you can say multi-channel to mono or mono to multi-channel. So once again, welcome, and we're glad that you can make the live stream. All right, so we see Michael Teams is already giving out ice cream. All right, so we see from Soren, and maybe I didn't see this question. Let me and my chat field just jumped on me. All right, so Soren asks, hi Greg, Soren in Sweden. I'm hoping to get help with my email question about the snare volume slider for an acoustic groove agent kit. All right, so let's say we'll go to a quick acoustic agent kit. So maybe, Soren, if you could just remind me what the question was. I'm not sure if I got the email with it. Okay, so let's say we're on an acoustic agent kit here. Just open it up. Okay, so let's say if we go to our kit, so let's say we select our snare here. So if we want to adjust, the volume of it is, probably just going into the mixer. And you may hear remnants of the snare kind of in the other channels. So if I bring down like my overheads and the room mics, because that's captured the snare also. So, but maybe if you could, Soren, just remind me real quick what the exact question was. I don't remember the email coming in on that, but if you could just reiterate it one more time, I'd be happy to kind of go over it. All right, Alessandro Braz asks, what's the difference between the warp modes in Cubase and which is the best to preserve the original sound while increasing its tempo? So usually increasing tempo is easier than kind of, decreasing tempo, but when you have particular audio files, you're going to have different warp algorithms. So if we have, a particular audio file selected here, we could choose which, usually the elastiques are really good for doing time stretching. So if you have a super slow computer, you could use the efficient algorithm. And then we're also going to have, formant preservations. And we could think of this as being more for maybe more complex harmonic material. So we could think of this often for voices where you want to use the formant preservation. And then, you have the standard Elastic Pro. We could think of time as more rhythmic instruments. Think drums, pitches, maybe like, pianos, guitars, vocals, kind of more harmonic stuff. And tape would mimic different tape machine styles. So as you sped up the speed of, it'd be like almost a very speed function on an analog recorder, where as you speed up, the pitch increases. As you slow down, the pitch decreases. But usually, I would always try with the default Elastic Pro time. I think that gives great results. And then if you find that you need to actually tweak it for, individual tracks, think of, again, time for rhythmic, pitch for harmonic, formant probably more for vocals, and tape is going to do like very speed. So. All right, so we have Michael Marshall checking in from Somerset, UK. Thanks for joining us. And Michael Teams is giving out virtual ice cream, even though it's very cold in Texas where he is. All right, we have Fred from Brazil joining, so thanks for joining us. We have Val Lu checking in from Vienna. Glad that you can make it today. All right, so we have a question. Is there a way to unfold / fold all tracks at once? All right, so let me just go back and let's just create. All right, so I have these tracks in a folder, so I'll go ahead and duplicate this folder. Okay, so right now I have 3 folder tracks. I think if you just go to project to track folding, we could toggle selected tracks, or you could choose to unfold tracks. So let me just... So I think if we just... All right, so let's just come here. All right, so let's say if we have those selected, I think we could just come to, so you could toggle selected tracks. Let me just do it with a new project here real quick. So I have multiple stages of folding there. Okay, so let's... here. Okay, so we have all of our tracks folded. So let's see if we go to project and then we choose to come over here to track folding. So let's say fold tracks, and then we go to project and let's get track folding and unfold tracks. So that will do all of them. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Valu. All right, so Michael Teams' new project, Cartoon Character Assassins, is now on YouTube, so everyone should check it out after the live stream, of course. But congratulations on the new release, Michael. I was listening to it over the weekend. All right, wonderful to see Jay Hatchie on. See Michael Pierce just saying, gosh, goodness me, did the clocks change? So yeah, it changed in the US, so I don't think it's changed over in Europe. So yeah, we do have daylight saving times hit in the U.S., so I didn't know it was coming until the weekend, or I would have warned everyone on Friday. So, all right, so we have Gus Gomez just saying hello from Pittsburgh. Again, thanks for joining us. All right, so we have co-composition just sending greetings from Cologne, Germany. Thanks for being on today in the live stream. See, Kuz or Cuz just says thank you for your answers. You're welcome. And any other questions you have, just let us know. All right, so we have a question. When in the editor full view and adding expression, foot control, velocity, etc., is there any way to scroll through the added controls currently? Have to resize everything to make them fit? All right, so let's go ahead and take a quick look. All right, and let me just draw in some MIDI CCs. We'll go full screen here. Okay, so we have modulation, and let's say we have aftertouch, and let's say volume. And let's say expression. All right, so when we come here, we could look at different controller lanes. So let's say, if we wanted to look at our different controller lanes, and let's say, now at a certain point, you can't as the tracks, and especially when we're in the lower zone. As you have a limited amount of vertical space for particular tracks, so you could have those set up as a particular, preset if you're always kind of using the same ones. But if we come here and let's say we want to use that preset, you may just get this message, there's not enough space for all the controllers to be seen practically. But when we go to kind of our full screen, that we could see all of our controller lanes as they're kind of expanded here. So we could see, you know, kind of all of the controller lanes set up. So we see, is there a way to be able to scroll through the added controls? Currently have to resize everything to make them all fit. So you could always see like the various controls here, and where we see the little dot that indicates that that there is controller information available for that particular one. So if we want to click on the plus sign, we can see the velocity. So being able to see kind of all of your different controllers. But if you just click, we could see, you know, which controllers are available. And then there's a key command that you could use also if you wanted to see all controllers that are in a project. So say we go to edit to key command, and I think it's going to be under MIDI. I'm not sure if this is a default keyboard shortcut, but there's a show used controllers. So if I just have this set to velocity only, so let's say I could just hit that particular key command, and if I remember the keyboard shortcut, yeah. And then that would allow me to show all of the visible controllers. Okay. All right, so we see, hey Greg, is there a way to group tracks using a key command or a macro? I'm used to be able to select the tracks in Mixer, right click and select group selected tracks. So if you have a number of, let's say we're in the Mixer track, so if you wanted to take this, we could just say add group channel to selected channels. And I think that there's a keyboard shortcut for that if you wanted to. I'll just check. Let's see if it's under maybe add track. But really, all you had to do is just come over and right click and add a group channel to selected channels. And now we'll add like a stereo group just like that. Okay, so we see from Brian Sawyer Sr. Using Cubase 12, when it loads, it gives me 3 instrument errors. All were free giveaways from Steinberg. Now it tells me I don't have a license for them. They are alto, glockenspiel, guitar harmonics, and lo-fi piano. What can I do to get them back, or do I need them? I have absolute 6, or get rid of the warning. So those may still be under like the e-licenser system. So, you know, make sure you could see if they are, I'm not sure if they're under the new Steinberg licensing because they're done by a third-party company. But check to see if you see the license in, you know, you may have to activate the e-licenser. But they are free, so you should be able to do it. But they may still be under e-licenser, not Steinberg licensing system. So, all right, so we have PZ136 just saying travel, travel, travel. So I used to live that life. All right. There you see, I see a jazz dude who's made it on as my scrolling back. Yes, because of the clock changes. So, all right. Okay, reading through comments. Thanks for all the great questions from everyone. See, Bruce Bruton's checking in a little late, but he's made it and he's hit the like button. So yeah, if you learned a new tip or trick, make sure you do hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done that. All right, so we see Project saying, hi, everyone. Thanks for your advice last week. Greg helped me along immensely, so that's great. Thank you for letting me know. It's always a great feeling. So we see, can you export the MIDI event list as CSV or some other text format? So I don't think so, but I'll take a look at it. But I think there might be something like an Excel there might be like an Excel plugin, if I remember right, that will kind of convert MIDI data into like a CSV. So let's say if I take this particular file and we look at it in let's go to our MIDI list editor. So I don't think that there's a way of doing this as text file, but I think that there is, like, you know, something in Excel that can import a MIDI file that I'm kind of an Excel idiot. But let's take a look also at the project browser. So if we want it to come over to our instrument track, so I don't think that there's like an export to CSV. We could do it. Yeah, I think we could do it with markers, but not for MIDI data. But, you know, let me know if there's like what particular use case there is. But I think that there might be like a utility for Excel that could take MIDI and, you know, take a MIDI file. Okay, so we see from R1 PPA, expanding on time stretching. Is there a way to see the waveforms as you're dragging the sample? The reason in Reason I could line up the samples easily and I could see the waveforms moving with the stretch. So yeah, anytime that we have, so you know, that's a real-time time stretch, but if you wanted to actually see the visual waveforms as you do a time stretch, we could do that quite easily by switching the function of the object selection tool. So if we come to our object selection tool, we can say sizing applies time stretch. And now as I do this, we could see that as we stretch and we just physically kind of drag the contents, that we can see the reflection in the waveform to show and indicate exactly how stretched the audio file is in that particular. So you can see it visually. So again, just go to your object selection tool and choose sizing applies time stretch. Let me know if that's helpful. All right, so we have Trava Launch checking in from Jamaica. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. So Max, hi, may you gift me a key for a new Cubase? Yeah, so generally you don't, you know, if you win we'll be doing a trivia contest on Friday's live stream celebrating our 3-year anniversary. So with the 3-year anniversary, we'll be giving away 2 copies of Steinberg software, you know, depending on what you have. So you could pick. So if you win the trivia contest on Friday, you could win a free key for Cubase or a free Cubase license. Okay, so we see Soren says, Greg, my question was almost answered in your quick show already, but in the kit from the Songwriter's expansion to Groove Agent, I can mute all snare and overhead room but snare still sounds feel the same kit. So let me go ahead and see if I have that kit on here. Yeah, I don't have that particular kit, but I think I have it on my personal computer. But I'll see if I could get it installed. But yeah, if you want to send me just one more email, I'm not sure. I don't remember getting the email about that, but I'd be happy to kind of take a look at it, or I could get that expansion installed on my system. Sorry about that, Soren. All right, so we see from Lang says, hello from Minnesota. How do I add an insert effect into only a certain part of the track? I want to highlight this part and then add an effect, the delay to it. So really all you have to do is, let me just open up a project with some vocals in it. Okay, so what we could do is use the direct offline processing for this. So let's say we want to come over. So let's say right where he said hit the road at the end there. So I want to take just that word road. So what I'm going to do is just select that particular phrase. And I'm just going to use my range selection tool. Then we could go to audio, to plugins. And we'll just say, let's do a delay. So say, okay, I just want to do like a quick delay throw. So I'll do a mono delay. So we could create a new version of that. So let's say I want it to be maybe an 1/8 note delay. So as we listen to it now, gonna roll, I got no control, hit the road, gonna rock, gonna roll. So you say, okay, I want to take just that phrase, and we could take our snap off as we're making this. So at this point, we'll say, okay, we just want to take that and process it, through our delay. So we could just say, okay, it's auto apply. And if we want this to be maybe a dotted 1/4 note delay. Gonna rock, gonna roll. So all we had to do again is just kind of select the particular range, and we could go to, our plugin list here. Also, so if we could open this through through hitting F7, but just say, okay, I want to do my delay just on. I got no control, hit the road, gonna rock, gonna roll, and I'm gone. So just kind of select the area, and you could go to audio to direct offline processing, or just go to plugins, and then you could just throw in different effects just like that. So if you want to do like an AM radio for a particular sound, you could just simply open that up, do the processing, and if you have like everything set up as inserts, so say, okay, I have my delay set here, and you wanted to drag the insert over instead of it playing back all the time. So let's say we go to audio to our direct offline process. I could now just drag that delay over. Let me just try to remember what point we but we could do it, let's say from our mix console. Let's get to our insert. So if I had this delay, we could just drag over all of the inserts. Let me just see if I remember. I may have to have something selected. So then you could just drag it over as well. So when something is selected, and you could just do your delay and just do it on just a specific portion of the audio file. And welcome to the live stream. Glad that you could make it today. All right, so we see Robotic just says how to uninstall VST plugin only on Cubase. So if you wanted to not have a particular plugin visible, I mean, you could go to your VST plugin manager and let's say, okay, I didn't want to see this particular plugin. Think if we come over, that we could hide the plugin. So let me just see if we could. Okay, go to the plugin information here, and then you could just choose hide plugin. So that way it won't show up in your list. All right, so we have a question from Sydney Thurston. How would you export a project so someone using another DAW can use and add to it when doing a collab? So, the easiest way, if you wanted to do like a multi-track export of like, everything that you have is and make it so that it's, Homer Simpson easy for someone to import the files into any program. When you go to export audio mixdown, select multiple. You want to set the left and right locators around the entire project. And that's kind of the basis for the export range. And so, if you don't want them to have the individual files, a lot of people will just do a stereo mixdown and hand that off. But if you wanted the person to have all of the individual files, you could just come over here and say, I want to take my group channels, my effects channels, all of my audio channels, virtual instruments, and now what you could do is we could export these multiple files, and that will make equal length audio files so that all the audio files will be the same, and anyone could just simply import them into another program, start them at the same time, move them all to the timestamp position or origin, record their parts, and then they could do the same process and hand it back to you. But, there is a Cubase sale going on, so have your people that you're collaborating with take advantage of the 40% off sale. So. All right. So we have a question. Can you create a feedback loop with an effects channel where you put the input of an audio channel as the effects channel, have it sent as a send to the same effects channels? I think, generally feedback loops are kind of frowned upon. There may be some ways of simulating that, but, we try to avoid having feedback loops as an option because, someone will sue us for breaking their speakers. Stuff like that, and stuff like that does happen. So I don't think that there's a way of creating a feedback loop, and that's a very intentional design. So. All right, so R1 PPA just says, thanks, Greg, and greetings from the Isle of Skye. So thanks for joining us. All right, so we have a question, a strange question, but is it possible to get a song audio track to follow a MIDI track, follow the notes? The only way to really kind of do that, and it's going to work in some instances, and maybe not others is like, if maybe like a bass part, where if you wanted to take like a bass note recording and drop it into the sampler track, and then have that particular sample then follow, but it's not going to take the MIDI track as the basis. We could take the audio and convert it to MIDI for monophonic sources such as vocals, bass, saxophone parts, stuff like that, but nothing that would then automatically correlate the MIDI to change the audio. We could have it automatically, follow chords, but not necessarily a melodic contour. All right, so we see Jan just says, sorry he missed it. Daylight saving times in the U.S. Yeah, no worries at all. So I know, it's, if I knew, I forgot that it didn't dawn on me that I didn't know that daylight saving times was coming this week until over the weekend. I was like, oh, I should have, So usually I try to mention it, but it came up on us early this year for daylight saving time. So sorry about that. But we're glad that you made it on, Jan. All right. And Jazz Dude has a great point that the person you want to share with, they should just get the Cubase trial version. So. So we see from Drowsy Eternal, used to be able to make beats in 5 minutes. What happened? So I bet you still could, but let's say if I wanted to do a quick beat of some kind, so I'll just start from scratch. So we'll just start with a groove agent. All right, I'll just load up a quick kit. Let's do something from laser beams. It sounds fun. All right, let's try bulldozer. All right, let's see what sounds we have. Okay, so we'll just come over and let's say we want to make a quick beat. All right, just set this to. All right, and I'm just going to choose say on the event to get the drum maps for the instrument. All right, so let's say now we just want to make a quick beat. All right, and I'll just put it in 2 measures. So you could do stuff like that and make beats super fast. And if you even wanted to cheat with that, if that was too hard to do, is if we just go to the instrument, you could, just go to the patterns, and there's all sorts of pre-done beats that are kind of built right in. So, but let me know if there's a particular thing that's preventing you from getting your beat done in a couple minutes. All right, so we have a project just saying hi from Scotland to everyone. All right, so Robert Higgins is sending greetings from Morro Bay. So we see Uno Momento is 1 hour late. What's happening? Just we had daylight saving times in the U.S. Sorry, I was unaware of it and wasn't able to warn people. So it'll probably be the same for Friday's live stream as well. Okay, so you see, hey Greg, let's say I was playing around with some effects and found something really cool. What is the fastest way to record the effect to an audio event? Okay, so let's say I was on a particular, let's say, drum loop here. Let's just... Okay, so let's say we're playing around. And let's say let's go into maybe something like the FX modulator on this. So let's say I like this particular effect, and you wanted to embed it in. Really, all you have to do is if you wanted to just select the event, or if you select the track, we could just come to edit and just go to render in place, go to render settings, and we'll say, okay, let's include our channel settings and hit render. And then if you don't have this record enabled, so again, just go to render in place. And now this file will have all of the effects rendered into the particular file. So, once you have it kind of set up, just choose to render in place, and then that you could have it disabled, or you could mute particular tracks. So that's the fastest way to embed the particular data right into the file. Okay, so we see question, how do you do internal sidechaining on a gate with pre-effects so that the gate is triggered by the audio channel it is inserted on by the dry audio only? Okay, so let me see if I could... so you might want to just simply... so let's say, let me just reread this. Okay, internal sidechaining on a gate with pre-effects so that the gate is triggered only by the audio channels inserted on. So maybe you could duplicate the tracks. Let's say if we have this and we can set this to no bus. So let's say if I wanted to go to, let me know if, let's try this. So I want to, let's say we have vocals. I started loop. Okay, and like if we want it, depending on the effect, but you might be able to take this track and set it to no bus. And then if you wanted to have, let's say, an insert, let's do maybe something like a delay. All right, I think that's some of the, so let's say we want to sidechain this delay, and then we want this to come from our sidechain input. So, and now that we could just like have the delay. All right, I'm going to take it off my. All right, so let's say as we're doing this. So I think that you could, like have maybe the same channel act as the sidechain input, so that you could actually kind of, do ducking on particular, maybe use a duplicate track and use that as the sidechain input source. So that, all right, so let's say, yeah, so try duplicating the track and maybe send that to not to no bus, and then you could use that as the sidechain input instead of sidechaining itself. You could just base a sidechain on the duplicated track. All right, so we have a question from Ace Amadeus. Great to see you on, Ace. What is the best way to change a WAV file that is, for example, 120 BPM and will follow 130 project tempo? So if you know what so what you would do is just go to the particular audio track here. So let's say we know what the tempo is of this file. You'd then go into your pool window. If it doesn't have a particular, so let's come over here. So let's say we want to take this file and we can say, okay, this file is originally 120 beats a minute. So you want to set, if you don't have the audio file's tempo set, you want to just simply set the tempo here for the original tempo of the WAV file and then put it into musical mode. And you can do that from the pool, hitting go to media to pool window, or control or command plus the letter P. So make sure that it's in musical mode. And then all you'd have to do is whatever tempo. So let's say if I was just playing this, so whatever tempo that I'm playing this at, I'll just take that off. Then, once it's in musical mode, you'll see musical mode indicated also here in the info line. So if I just change the tempo to 130, it's just going to play back at whatever tempo is the project is set to. So if it's originally 120, you want it to be 87, or you want it to be 130. So just set that particular track to musical mode, then it will follow whatever the project tempo is set to, Ace. All right, so we have a question. It says, I have problems in breath controller not working. So if we want to, check to make sure that your breath controller is being transmitted. So if you go to a particular MIDI track, first thing to do is to make sure if you go to the MIDI inserts and then just go to your MIDI monitor. So make sure that as you play in from your breath controller, that it's being transmitted directly into Cubase. So, so make sure first that it's being transmitted from your MIDI controller right into Cubase, and then at that point you could, you should be able to see it, but it's just normal MIDI information. But if it's, if you are kind of blowing into your breath controller and you don't see like MIDI activity here, like on the transport, like when you hit it keys, you should see the breath control information going here. I don't think by default that there's any. If we go to preferences, we can go to MIDI filter, and then you could also make sure that like you don't have breath control selected here to be filtered out, but make sure that it's actually that your controller is transmitting breath control by going to the MIDI monitor. All right, so you see, hi Greg from France on Cubase 12. It seems you didn't get the emails, questions previously sent for today. 2 specific questions about sampler track and groove agent. So I did. We usually get kind of the emails towards the end, but I'll go ahead and answer them now. So I think the first one was creating kind of an LFO for the sampler track start position. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. So just create a new project. Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll just add a quick sampler track. Okay, so let's say I want to take that. Let's create a sampler track. And let's say I only want maybe the beginning part of the sample. All right, so let's say I'm just going to take my ending part and we'll just. All right, we'll just do that quick. All right, so let's go ahead and let's add just a MIDI track. And I'm going to create just a MIDI track. And you may have to use like a loopback software. So if you're on Mac, you could use IAC, which is part of the operating system, or there's like, I think loopback.be or loopback.de, a MIDI loopback on Windows. So let's say on this, we want to go to our sampler track. All right, so we're here and we go to our quick controls. Okay, so what we're going to do is go to our studio setup and we're going to add a generic remote. Okay, and first thing we want to do is we'll go to my MIDI track and let's set up an auto LFO. So I'm going to go to the MIDI track and we're going to route this out to the loopback driver. So on the Mac, we can say IAC driver bus. We're going to go to our MIDI insert and go to our auto LFO plugin. Okay, so we'll come, let's set up. All right, so now we have that set up and I want to at this point go again to our MIDI remote and I'm going to set the IAC, the loopback, as the MIDI input and output. So we're going to say, okay, channel 1. So we go here. I'm going to click on learn, and then as I hit play, I may have to hit play first. All right. So as we hit play, I know this is a little convoluted, but in the generic remote, so now that we clicked on learn, we can see that this is, if I change my MIDI CC here, all right, so now we have our auto LFO is changing. So when we click on learn, and then as we hit play, all right, so let's go back to our studio setup. Okay, so we see that it's captured MIDI. This is transmitting controller 10 to controller 10. Then we want to say, we want to go to VST mixer. And then we want to select the channel. So we'll say this is our sampler track channel. And now we want to scroll down. We'll see a number of different effects, different parameters that are available. And we'll go to quick controls. So say quick control 1. And then we hit apply. Okay, so now when we go to our sampler track, as this is playing, did this right, you should see. So we see our LFO is now controlling quick control 1. If I wanted to only control kind of different parameters, or if we want different kind of waveform shapes, we could control. So now what we want to do is to take our sampler track and take the start position and use that as quick control 1. So as we come, we'll go to the name of the track, and then we'll go to sample start. So now as I play, you could see kind of the sample position adjusting through the LFO. So as we kind of play back our project, so this way we could assign the LFO. So we create a MIDI track, route it out to a loopback, either like, in this free downloads, and go into the generic remote, set that as the input output. You could capture the MIDI message here and just say you want to go to VST mixer, to the name of the sampler track, and control, and you want to control the quick control 1. So now as the auto LFO is playing, when we look at the particular settings, that particular sample, that particular parameter, which is assigned as quick control 1, will automatically just continue to, to work off of the LFO. So if you wanted it to be faster or slower, you could just say, okay, I want this to be more half notes. I want it to be, so that way you could control the sampler track via the LFO. And I think the second question that was mailed in, and I'll just read it here. Let me just go to my chat field or my Word doc. All right. All right. So it says, so you want to humanize drums, how to import multiple slices on the same Groove Agent pad. Example, take a closed hi-hat loop or real chops loop, slice it to get slightly different feels and hits, and use all those slices at random on a single pad. For now, the only solution I found was to copy each slice separately to create and replace every hit by its new dedicated sound file, and select all the files and import those to the pad, but this is very time consuming. All right, so let's say if we have like maybe a quick hi-hat loop of some kind. So let me just come over to let's just see if there's more. Let's see if I can find just a quick pattern. All right, let's say I'll just take this particular drum loop. All right, and I'm going to add it. So see if this works. So say if we go, so I think you want to take the rhythm of, you know, maybe a drum loop and apply it only to the hi-hat. So let's say I take this drum loop and I drag it over and we create our slices. Let me just see if we have just an open. All right, so let's say we want these all to play on F2. All right, so if I drag this pattern over to Groove Agent, so once we've done that, it creates a drum pattern. And now when we go to our MIDI editor, what we want to do is to have all of these on, let's say, F#2. So I'm going to select all of the notes, and let's see if we go to pitch, and I'm going to hold down the Control or Command key and type in F2. I'm going to hit F2 and then hold down Control or Command and then Enter. Then all of the pitches will now be on F2. So let's say we'll take off there. So now we could have like that variation in the rhythm, but only doing it on one particular sound. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, we'll jump back to our live questions. Thanks again for everyone's wonderful questions that they've sent in. Okay. Okay, so I just see from Sydney Thurston, I may miss this. I saw Dom Sagalis with 2 timelines and one started at 0. How do you do that? So if you want your timeline to start at 0, all you have to do is hit Shift plus S to go into the project setup, and you see a display bar offset. And then you, at this point, we'll say, do you want to keep the events at their current project, at their current bar positions? We'll say yes, and now we'll have measure 0. So again, just go to Shift S, and then you'll see display bar offset. Set that to a positive value, and then you could have a measure 0. All right, so you see, all right, so just kind of a follow-up question is that, yes, Greg, I already use that function at time stretch, but for instance, with snap disabled and I'm dragging the time stretch out, I'm more or less guessing when to stop stretching as the wave. All right, so one of the things you could do also is, you know, use like the warp markers. So let's say you want to do free warp, so let's get to like your free warp tool. So you'll see this tool here. We're going to set it to free warp. And now what you could do is you could kind of set like different warp markers. So say, okay, I want this to just kind of stretch. So you can put kind of like a marker before or in a marker after and say, I want that to go to right here, and we could have this automatically kind of snap to the grid as well. So let me know if that's kind of what you're expecting with the time stretch. So again, just you want to go to the warp markers, go to the warp tool, and there's 3 different modes. So now you could just say, okay, I want this event to just kind of start here and there and have it automatically snap to the grid. And if you wanted to take, the various, Cubase will automatically detect the hit points for you on a particular file. So if you get audio to real-time processing and say create markers from warp, that at that point you could automatically take what the hit points were and be able to kind of just stretch without having to necessarily place kind of anchor points before or after. So let me know if that's more what you were thinking. All right, so we see Patrick is happy to be on live. So we missed you on last Friday is the live stream. We're glad you can make it today. So we see, hi Greg, I hope you're well. What is the best way to change key of guitar wave file in Cubase 10.5 without affecting its tempo or length of the file? So, if you have, particular files, so you could just transpose directly on, you could select the clips and use a transpose function from the timeline. So let's say I have kind of a project here. I could take like my guitar bass, and then we see a transpose function here. So I could just transpose. And then you could just change the key of the song just like that. So select the event and go to the transpose function. And you could do that in real time and change your mind if you want to. Okay. Okay, so we see from alternative scores, is it possible to have the same layout with taps as the bottom window in the main window, but in a separate window? So I assume that's going to be kind of the grid, so you could, have the grid in kind of different modes. So one of them is you could have it set to, so I assume that like as we zoom in here, that we could see kind of our grid change. So let's say we're at, so if I wanted to see it by beat, and as we zoom in more, so like at a certain level, we don't want to see kind of just a white lines. As we zoom in more, we can see, okay, we want it to have our grid based on beat, or as we zoom in further, we can say, I want this to be set to use quantize. So if we have 16th notes or 32nd notes, we could see this division. And this works in, MIDI tracks as well. So let's say if I'm in a particular MIDI track, again, it's just kind of what the grid is set to, what the grid value is. So if we have this set, our grid set to 8th notes, that we could see our MIDI editor. So let me know what you mean by taps is maybe it's the grid display. So, you could adjust that, or you could do adapt to zoom. So as you kind of zoom in further, that you get more divisions depending how much the zoom factor is currently set to. I quite like that function. So, but let me know if that's what you mean by taps. Okay, so we see from Patrick. Patrick asks, Greg, what are the other things that we can do from offline processing options? So, there's a lot of stuff we could do. So, we could apply any of the plugins that we have on your system. But there's also processes. So if you wanted to do like envelope, we could choose to do, fade in, fade out, adjust gain. So if you say, okay, I want this 6 dB louder, 6 dB softer, we could invert phase, normalize, pitch shift, where you see kind of an envelope or kind of static transpositions. Removing DC offset, you do resamples. If you want to do sample rate conversions, reverse, silence, flip the stereo channels, time stretch, etc. So if you wanted to, all those functions are available from the offline processes. Right. My chat field jumped on me. Let me see if I catch up. Okay, so the Drowsy Eternal says he went to Best Buy looking for blank CDs and they were extinct. So yeah, every time I go to Best Buy, they always tell me to, whenever I want something I specifically drove to their store for 15 minutes, they tell me to order it from their website, and I usually just buy it from Amazon and right in the store if they don't have it in stock. All right, so we have a question from Elizabeth 236. Hello, thank you for streams. I received Wave audios for a school mixing and mastering project, imported them, and was working when all of a sudden I got a message that said the project sample rate was different from one of the audios. I don't remember what I clicked, if to put them at the same level or to keep working as they were. But after that, I got another message that I really don't know what it said, nor remember what it said. Still, I sent the project to my teacher, and he said he listens to the music and the project sounding slower than what it should sound. I truly would like some help to make the track sound in their original speed. That is something that happens to him. I listen to the music at the original speed. Thank you. All right, so what I would do is, if you import the audio file, and you could select the particular audio file, you'll see, if you go to the pool window, so we'll come over here. So let's go to the pool window. So we'll go to media to open pool window. So once you import the files, and a lot of times you could come over, you could see what the sample rate is under info. If you have it on your computer's hard drive, you could go to your media bay and just say, okay, the files are stored here on my particular project. So let's say I'll just come here to documents. So let's say I go to this project. So when I select a particular file, once you look at a file, you could see, what the sample rate of the file is before you even start your project. So if you see that that the audio files are at 48K, and your audio interface could be set to 44.1K. So see what the sample rate of the audio files is. And usually, like if someone passes on files to you, they would indicate that to you. And if you're in a school thing, it could be that your teacher is wanting you to figure this out. So, if you look at the files in Cubase, figure out what the sample rate is. And then you could go to the project menu to project setup. And what you want to do for the particular project is just set the sample rate to match the sample rate of the file. So this is saying the files are at 48K. I want the sample rate to happen. So the project that I'm going to import these files into, I want to switch to 48K. And then when you import them, then it should all work for you. But it's a very common thing. So just make sure that you, as you're working with it, that you set the project sample rate before the actual before importing the file. So just look and see what the sample rate is, and then when you import the files, before importing them, just go to your project setup, and you can hit Shift plus the letter S, like for setup, and match the sample rate to that of what the audio files are. And then it should all make sense. But I know, I had a friend who's, probably one of the most respected audio engineers in the world. And, he did a project and he turned it in for like a very, very famous artist. And it's like, yeah, it sounds great. I really loved how you took, you pitched it down. He's like, what? And he did the whole mix at the wrong sample rate. So it happens frequently. So don't feel bad about it. But, figure out what the sample rate is of the files, start the project at that sample rate, and then import, and then everything should make sense. Sorry that happened to you, Elizabeth. It's a good life lesson. So. All right, so we have a question. What's the easiest way in Cubase 12 to control the metronome click volume by a generic MIDI remote? Okay, so let's say I'm going to go to like a MIDI remote. So we could use kind of anything that's transmitting MIDI. So let's say I'm going to go to, I have the control room set up, and I'm just going to go to my click volume. So let's see if we could just right click there, if that does our click volume for pickup for MIDI remote. All right. So let's say I want to take this fader here and see if we can control the click volume. So I'm going to double click and I'll do this fader here. Okay, so I move this fader. Let's go and see if we can do control room and see if the click volume is in here. So we'll see metronome click level, and then I'm going to apply the mapping to that. All right, and then we'll close this, and now we can see that this one fader is controlling our click level. So again, just double click, and you'll see control room, probably metronome click level. And you could just type in metronome click level under main. You could double click to assign that particular function. And now as we move that fader, that's controlling the click. So as we play, so that's a pretty easy way to do it. Okay, reading through different questions, comments. All right. All right, Mr. Green Daniel asks, hi Greg, is there a way to replace audio with other audio, like a swung kick track if I wanted to try different kick sound? Is there a way to do it quickly and not to copy it one by one? So yeah, we'll show you how to do that. So we just open up a particular project here. Okay, so let's say I have a number of tracks here, and I wanted to take this kick. And let's say we have this kick being utilized many times. So I'm going to go to my media bay, and let's come over here, and let's go to like Groove Agent Library, and I'll just say kick. All right, so really all I have to do is drag it over one of them and hold down the shift key. And it'll ask you, do you want to modify all events that refer to the same material? Say all. So then just select the sample, drag over with the shift key. So drag over top of one while holding down the shift key, select all. So give that a try. So, once again, just hold down the shift key while you drag one, and any time that you have a file that's been copied, at that point it'll be replaced with the new file that's been dragged over top. All right, so we see Patrick just says, today's video is wonderful, Greg. Samples for the root key. Thank you. So glad you liked it. All right, wonderful to see Gareth on saying I'm Depeche Greg. So I'll take that as a compliment. Gareth asks if we have joined the army. All right. All right. So Drowsy Eternal says that was definitely a fast beat, Greg. An awesome example of how to grind beats. Thanks. All right. I just kind of wing it. So I don't listen to enough kind of beat oriented music anymore to know if it's any good. So. All right, so we see Jeff Sabelski saying after 2 fantastic Peter and the Wolf concerts, the Paradise Symphony Orchestra with Northern California Ballet, he's asked why he's not playing oboe in the North State Symphony. So that's great. I'm glad your concerts went well. So remember, it's great. I'll have to check out the Paradise Symphony Orchestra. So that's great. I'm glad that you're able to still play an orchestra. I'm thinking about joining a local group myself. Okay, so we see a question from Gaston Lemons. In an editor with nothing is selected and you change the velocity via logical editor, then all notes are changed together. Can this be turned off? So generally if you have particular when you're doing, all right, so selecting you change the velocity, then all notes are changed together. So, we could think of as we're doing velocity editing, via the logical editor. So when we come to our logical editor, Let me just make sure nothing is selected. So, the logical editor works on what is selected. So let's say we want to transform value 2, and we want value 2 to subtract by 40. Okay, so we come here, and we'll just say, or we'll just switch this to, we'll take, so once we do this, if the event is selected, we could come here. So let's say we have this, we're going to subtract 40. So nothing is selected now. When I hit apply, so it really depends on what is selected. So if no events are selected, they're not going to change. If the track is selected, if the event is selected, or if we just have particular notes that are selected, the logical editor works on what is selected. So if nothing is selected, it's not going to really take effect. And also, if you're hitting apply to something, it will affect whatever is selected. So sometimes it could be the entire event or notes that are selected. So, and if you don't want the logical editor to change the velocity, then I wouldn't actually, hit apply in the logical editor. All right, Ace Amadeus asked, I purchased Steinberg, the Void expansion for Retrolog 2, but it's not appearing in my Cubase 10.5. I verified that it's installed. What else can I do to get it to work? Thanks. So one is make sure that you have the license installed for it. So I think that might still be, that might be under e-licenser. So see if it's under e-licenser or if it's under Steinberg licensing. So see if you go to like your Steinberg activation manager, if you see it listed there. So if you, just come over, see if you see it listed here, because if it's in the activation manager, you may just have to hit activate on a particular title. So, make sure that if it's in the license manager, but also make sure that it's, and see if it's in the e-licenser. It might show up, under e-licenser as well. Depending, I haven't worked with that particular expansion because I think it's a third party. So I don't necessarily get all the third party expansions. Seems like I should, but just, different licensing agreements. But see if it's under your USB e-licenser as well. And if you see it kind of licensed under e-licenser or Steinberg licensing, go to the Steinberg library manager, and you'll see that you'll come over here and you'll see your Retrolog libraries and see if you see it listed here. So my guess is it's probably not licensed, and that's why it's not showing up. But I could see if I could get a copy of it temporarily for Friday's live stream if you still can't figure it out. All right, so wonderful to see Best Korean Jesus on. So we see from Marco a question. Hi, is there a way to have a key command to remove offline processing of selected item? Okay, so let's take a look and say I've done just a quick offline process here. Okay, so I'll just do Okay, so let's say we've done that, and when we go to, okay, so we can say delete all. So let's see if it's under key commands. So doesn't seem like there's a key command for that. Let me see if it is toggleable. Just look again. You'd think that there would be one. Let me just. All right, let me see if I could do. Maybe just the discard. So let's see if that. Find it. All right, so let's see if I come here. Yeah, so it doesn't seem like the discard is working as expected. Let me just make sure. Okay, let me see if there's a keyboard, maybe a generic remote or MIDI remote for this. Let me just see if there's a delete all. Yeah, let me look in the generic remote. All right, so let's see if we could. do a particular process here. So let's say we do a fade out. So it doesn't look like one, but I'll play around with it. If you want to email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, I'll see if I'll bring it to the attention of the development team as well. All right, so wonderful to see Pablo on the live stream from Galicia, España, the wonderful drummer. So we have the whole Hot Mess contingent on, and everyone is happy when Pablo is on. Okay, Michael Teams wants people to whack the like button. See, Tony Hudspeth says, hi, Greg, hope you're well. Thanks for all the help in February. So I'm doing great, thanks. All right, so Patrick asked, Greg, is there a way to make shared copies vertically with MIDI tracks to change notes? Let's go ahead and give it a shot. So let's add an instrument. All right, so let's say I want to make a copy of this. So I'm going to make a shared copy. So I'm going to try hold down Alt. I think it's Alt-Shift if we do it that way. So we'll do it horizontally. Let's see if we do Alt-Shift. So yeah, so I just hold down Alt or Option plus the Shift key and dragged it. So I kind of start moving it first, but before releasing, hold down Alt or Shift. And now if I make changes in this editor, we'll see them automatically apply to other. So as I move them around, we can enlarge the part. So yeah, so same, just hold down the Alt or Option plus the Shift key before releasing it, and you can make a shared copy just like that. So. All right. Hi, Greg. Is there a way to make a negative delay on a group track? I want to delay a whole instrument group to a snare signal, but back in time. Thanks. So I don't think that the group track itself, since there's no actual content on a group track. So let me just go to a different project here. Since there's nothing you might have to shift the actual events themselves. So let's say we have these in a folder. So our folder track, we think of it as a container. The audio can get routed to a group channel, but the group channel itself doesn't have any particular events. So if you want it to, let's see if we could take multiple tracks here, and I'm going to hold down. So let's see if I'm going to select multiple tracks, maybe not the events, but the tracks themselves. And let's see if we could set our delay value for all of them at the same time so let's say -0.8. So I held down Alt or Option plus Shift. And it looks like they have to kind of be done manually. So if you wanted to do it all, let's say if I want to take all of my drums and slightly adjust them ahead, the group or folder track doesn't have data that can be moved. It, reflects what data is in it. So if we want it to, so we could take a folder track, and if we wanted to adjust kind of the start time of the folder, we could make that earlier or later. So let's say if we just come here, we could add, or maybe not, it might just reflect the contents. So probably what I would do is just, let's say I will add I'll add a negative measure here. So we're going to keep, so at this point, if I wanted these to start ever so slightly earlier, I would probably just select all of the events. You could manually just come here and adjust, but I don't think that we could do that. So when we shift them earlier, that may kind of offset, that may kind of, affect editing. But if we come here, let me see if I just do a shift instead. Yeah, so you might have to just kind of manually adjust the track delay. So it doesn't seem like there's a way to adjust that. I'll try another modifier key for all of the selected tracks. Yeah, so I think the best bet would be to just use the track delay here, because that would do the offset but not move any of the tracks playing back for editing. But the group track, doesn't contain any of the audio, so that's kind of why you can't really do it that way, because there's nothing in the group track to move per se. Okay, so John Koskinen says whack, 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 getting louder. Okay, does Cubase have the possibility to convert audio drum loops to MIDI to see the structure of the loop? So we could do somewhat, but it's not necessarily kind of like organically taking it apart. So, but we can do, so let's say if I come to my urban, let's say if I wanted to open it up into Groove Agent, if I hit the right button, that would help. So I could take, let's say, this loop onto a pad, and then I could slice the pads here, slice the different contents. Let me just, I'll just do it on a new pad here. Let me just cut the kit. So, once you have, just reopen that. All right, so now I've dragged this over. Now we will go ahead and slice we'll create our slices. Let's see if it misbehaves. So then you could drag over the slices and, have each of the transients be kind of its own slice. Another method, if you wanted to, so that is probably like the best way is kind of using kind of slices, but it doesn't necessarily allow you to jump to, see the structure of a loop. So you could kind of have, you could break apart the loop and kind of at that point move it around and kind of change it up. All right, so we see, hi Greg, in Cubase 12 Pro, how can I sample and save an old Korg Juno sound and have it mapped across the keyboard without the sound speeding up? Thanks. Okay, so let's say if I wanted to have like a synth sound, so you could just record, the audio file of it. So it's probably maybe a Roland Juno. I think Roland had the Junos. But let me just see if I have this open with. All right, let me open up a different project. Okay, so let's say I have just like one note in Retrolog here. All right, so I'm gonna just do like an empty sampler track. I'm gonna drag that file in. So right now that I played that file in, we could kind of set our root key. So, figure out what note you hit. So if you want it to be just like one single sample. Now as I play, so when, if we played a chord here that was, those notes would drop out depending on the length of the sample. So that's how like samplers worked. So again, if I played like different chord, if I played a chord here, let's say, each of the notes would drop out. But if I wanted all the notes to be the same length, we would just activate audio warp. So we would just kind of come right over here and we'll say, okay, we want high quality. And now as soon as we turn on audio warp, so now that we turn it on, they'll all be the same length. So if I wanted to, if I had audio warp turned off, each sample, each pitch would be a different length. But as soon as audio warp is turned on, then the sample would play the same length regardless of pitch. All right, great to see Spike Williams checking in from Wales. Glad you could join us today. And Jeff Sapelski's number 71 to hit the whack the like button. Michael Pierce is looking for people's recommendations for favorite contact cleaner, and it's not for his soup. That's good to know. All right, so we see how do you create a gated reverb on a snare? All right, so there's lots of gated kind of reverb presets available, but we could also show how to do it kind of the old-fashioned way. So let's go here. Let's take this because we have a kind of typical snare track. Okay, so let's say, So I'm going to add a reverb to the channel. So we say, okay, let's go to our effects channel, and I'll just do revelation. So you could have kind of a big room size, but let's say we want the decay time. So let's just so you could have kind of just a short decay time. Now, if you want to do it kind of the old school traditional way, is we would just take this reverb, and on the reverb return, we see that we have the effect, and we would just set a gate. So let's go to our dynamics, and let's get to our gate. And what that does is anytime that the gate, the reverb gets below a certain threshold, it just gates it out. So if we don't have any gate, so that's really all you'd have to do. So use a kind of a big room with a really short decay or rate, or just put a gate after the reverb on the effects return channel. Okay, so you see a question. How do I shorten lengths of multiple MIDI notes at once while ignoring notes that are smaller and shouldn't be changed? I think logical editor, but I don't know how. Okay, so let's create some MIDI notes here. Okay, so let's say I have okay, so let's say we have short notes and some long notes. So I want to shorten the length of multiple MIDI notes, ignoring, so just say the longer notes. So let's come over here and let's get to our logical editor. And we're going to say transform. And we're going to say types are equal to note. And we're going to say length is bigger than, let's say, 1 measure. Let's do 2 beats here. Okay, and then what we want to do is we're going to take the length and divide by 2. So we're going to take every note that is longer, bigger. So we're going to transform notes that are bigger in length than 2 beats. And we want to take that length and divide it by 2. So we come here. So you could just do it like that. So again, transform type is equal to note length, and then and we want to, and you could do divide by 0.973 if you wanted to, whatever particular function. So try that. All right, wonderful to see Matt Elston on. Glad you could join us today. See, Pablo needs another ice cream. So, all right. So we have Little Wing Audio checking in from North Prairie Dogtown, Oklahoma. That sounds like a great town. Love the name. All right. Drowsy Eternal says, my neighbor called and asked who was talking so loud, and it was Greg. So, yeah, one of my friends, his wife knows, it's like, oh, I hear Greg on Tuesday and Fridays at your house, recognizes my voice when he's watching the live streams. All right. See, Val Lou just says he loves MIDI, changed his life. Eric Bryant asks, question, can I install any of the 43 gigabytes of version 12 Pro to an external external SSD? So yeah, keep the program on, your main drive, and then really all you have to do is, if you go to the library manager, you could choose to install all the content, but if you, let's say you go to your Cubase content here, you could set a default location, or you could just say move and then click on the move, and then you could just be prompted to move all the content to your particular, and that's where a lot of the size comes from. So if you wanted to move all of your Hallian content, all of your Groove Agent libraries, we could move all of those using the Steinberg Library Manager. So use that, and then that will free up your main system drive for the application, and you can have a dedicated drive to all the samples and content. All right, so we see from Play Loud, thanks for the first question. Is exactly what I was looking for, so that's great. Yeah, and for the, I guess, the hi-hat questions, if you want to send a more precise explanation, or if you have like a little video that you want to share via WeTransfer or something like that, be happy to look at it. See, Paul Claridge says he learns something every time, so that's great. I do as well, I think. See, Val Lou just says, the marker before and after when time stretching is what I was missing. Thanks, Greg. So that's good. All right, my Chatfield jumped, trying to find where I was. All right, so I think I'm close. All right, you're seeing Jeff Sabelsky saying everyone should put their CPU not on the floor to keep all the fans clean. All right, so we have from Tommy Valenko. Hi, Greg. Quick question. Is there a fast way to align multiple audio? I think the audio alignment doesn't work properly as it should. So, yeah, I've always found it to work pretty well. So I'll just show you. So if you want to do multiple events, All right, so let's say this is like a lot of times when I do time alignment, it's going to be for specific kind of like backgrounds. Sorry about that. All right, turn this down to kill. And we can see that these are. So if you want to do this for multiple tracks, if you go to the alignment panel, you could just choose to come over and say we're going to add this as a reference, and then select multiple tracks and add multiple tracks or events as targets, and then align the audio. It doesn't seem to be, let me just, seems to be thinking a little too hard. All right, so we can see that now it's done. So you can kind of see how well it worked. But, you know, you could always kind of manually do warping. You know, so it could really depend on kind of what the source material is as well. But I found it generally to work pretty well. But, you know, try adjusting, like if you want to match words or if you wanted to, you know, if you prefer time shifting. But now with Cubase 12, there is kind of manual time warping as well. Let's see if I get my, not sure why it's doing this. I may just, all right, so let's see if we get on. Okay, so we have a question from Drazi Eternal. Greg, is there a way to reset all mixer channels to 0 at a single bound? So I think if we just select all the channels and then hold down Control or Command and click on one, that we could, some of them may be linked. Let me just enable Q-Link and then hold down Control. Thought that would do it. Let me just try it on a different project here real quick because I may have a bunch of different linking. All right, so if we have these selected, all right, so let's come over here. So let's say we want to link absolute. We're going to click on absolute mode here and Q-Link and then Control. And then all of the values will change. So if we're not in absolute and we, you know, click one, that while Q-Link is turned on, they'll all be proportional. But now with where we see ABS, that's absolute mode, then hold down Control or Command and click, and then they'll all be reset to 0 dB. So Control or Command, when you click on the fader, will reset it to its default value. And if all the channels are in Q-Link and set to absolute mode, then they'll all go to 0 dB. All right, wonderful to see Lucy Godfrey on from Hackney. Glad that you could join us. All right, so we have William Baker joining us from a snowy Jamaica, Queens, that is. All right, so we see hi from Snowy Jamaica. It says, I have a bass line with a sidechain from a kick DR. There's a measure where the kick mutes and the bass gets too loud. What's the best way to tame it? All right, so let me just set up the scenario here. All right, so let's say we have this scenario and I wanted the kind of the nasty sounding synth to, so let's say we have this going on and I have, let's say, space. I'll just go ahead and delete this one. So I want this to be the kick to sidechain the insert on the particular track here. So we'll set up our we'll activate our sidechain and we'll set our sidechain source as the kick. Okay, so now that we have this set up, and we see right there where the bass gets too loud. So, you might be able to just, maybe adjust the release time of that. So let's say if I adjust the release time of the compressor, that, you might be able to, let's see. So, try maybe adjusting the release time of the compressor so that it slowly kind of, will release the compression on it. But you could always just simply, take this particular range and just say Shift X and then just, bring that down ever so slightly if you wanted to. But, since it is the sidechain, and some people I know will use maybe a different compressor. So let's say I wanted to use a different compressor that was not sidechained. So, and then have that compressor just for the particular, let's see how this sounds. And maybe you could automate this compressor or just apply a compression just on that using, the object selection tool or just using the direct offline processing and applying kind of an offline compressor for that particular area as well. But, it's kind of doing what you tell it to. You could also just, automate, this particular compressor to kick in. So let's do that. So let's say, I don't want to have this, so it's automate this particular plugin. So now when we play it back, you could just automate like a secondary compressor, or you could automate probably even the primary compressor, just go back and forth. So a couple of different approaches for that. Okay, so we see question, Greg, is there a way to measure seconds from the project start to the end? So let's say I wanted to take, all this time. So I could just grab the range selection tool, and let's say I select the range. So here I could see like my beats, like everything is broken down into beats. But if I right click and switch my time format to seconds, we can see that now we're at 11 minutes, 17 seconds. But so if you just wanted to, just select like, a particular range, or if you have an event at this point, you could just say, okay, from the end of this particular event is at 11:17, or you can say, okay, when I take this range, we can say that this is 9 minutes and 56 seconds. And if I want to see the time represented in bars and beats, or in seconds, or SMPTE time code with frames, you could right click and just see kind of the length of the project. So just do a range selection anywhere in the project, and then, or if you have your left and right locators set. So let's say I want to select all and then hit the letter. Let me just select all events here. Sorry. So if you select all of the events, you could also just see the project length indicated directly there. So it's another way of doing it. All right, so we see Got Yours says, we all learn anything new is just waking up with the time change and being a musician. Okay, so we see from Elizabeth 236 says, and it's about the sample rate. Thank you for your answer, but now that I started the project on a different sample rate, if I change it, it asks me if I want to move the sample positions. What does that mean? Thank you in advance. All right. So let's say we have a particular project, and we want to change the sample rate of it. So here's a little easy way to do it. So I think this project's going to be at 44.1, and I want to change it to 48K. So if you do these steps, and I do have a video on the Cubase YouTube channel showing this, how to do sample rate. So I'm going to go to my... so just to give a reference point on the pitch, so we can get the tonality, what pitch key we're in. Okay, so I want to change the sample rate of this. So we'll go to our project setup, and I will say, let's get to 48K. Okay. Then we'll get OK. So it says, do you want to convert the audio files to the new rate? We'll say convert. Do you want to keep the source files in the pool directory? We'll say yes. All right. Now it'll ask you, do you want to keep the audio events at their sample positions? Choose no here, because otherwise the audio will stay at the same exact sample positions. So at this stage, choose no. And now when we play back, our files are at 48K, and it's the same pitch. So think of the first two questions you'll get asked is saying yes, you want to keep, you want to convert the files, but keep it at the sample positions, choose no, because that will keep it at the same exact positions as it was, and they'll play out of time. So the very last question, choose no. So good luck with it, Elizabeth. And thanks for being on the live stream. All right. All right. So we see from Peter from Montreal. Thanks for being on the live stream. It says, I can expand or collapse tracks in the mix console. Is this a feature that Steinberg may consider in future releases? I realize that you don't possess a crystal ball. So let's say if we have a project and we have lots of folders, and all right. So if you want to collapse tracks in the mix console, so, you know, once we're in the mix console, so let's say if I'm here, you know, we could go, so let's say I have lots of different tracks and different effects going on. All right, so if we have like our folders, you know, one of the things that a lot of people miss, if you go to the visibility tab here, that you could just say, okay, you know, if I have a folder, you could just say, I want to hide all of my drums, or I want to hold down shift and click, then I could only see my drums. I could only see guitars. I could only see vocals. I only want to see, you know, I want to add bass. I want to add in. So shift will allow you to exclusively see folders if you don't know that. So at this point, you know, we could just, you know, hide things and collapse them in the mixer view. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Peter. See, Drowsy Eternal says the shift drag function is nice. All right, wonderful to see John Barry. I think John Barry, I saw like after we didn't get to your question the last time, and I think you asked this before about controlling the drawbars in Model C and Hallion from quick controls. So we'll show you how to do this. I was playing around with it over the weekend. So let me just come here. We'll add a Hallion instrument. So I figured out what I was doing wrong with this. All right, so let's add a single instrument. All right, and we'll come over here to our Model C organ. All right, so we'll come over. So let's say we wanted to control our drawbars using quick controls. Okay, so often we do this. We go to quick controls and we don't necessarily see like the ability to, if we, you know, assign quick controls. This seems like really unintuitive at first. But what you have to do to assign the drawbars is to assign them into an automation. So we're going to say assign to new automation. So right click on a parameter, assign to new automation for each of these. Okay, so now that we've done that, we're going to click on I'm going to clear out the default quick controls. So let's go ahead and just delete those. And then I'm just going to click on learn. I'm going to move so let's say we're in quick control slot 1. Let's select quick control slot 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we'll say 8 here. So now when I want to control my drawbars, we can now just use the quick controls, and let's go to our MIDI remote. Let's go to my choice sauce controller, and now I could use my quick controls to control the drawbars. So again, the trick is on the instrument to assign it to a new assign to new automation, and then you could just click on learn in the quick controls, and then you could assign it to different quick control slots. So sorry it took me a while to figure that out for you, John. I hope you're doing well and glad you can make it. All right, so we have a question from Charles Davis. Says, if I import audio and chop it up for sampling, what's the best way to save the audio as part of the project without having to export the audio and re-import it back in? All right, so let's say if we have an audio file, let me just do a new project here. Okay, so let's say we have this audio file. So let's say we chop it up. So I'm going to go into the sample editor. Let's get a hit points. Then we could set kind of our threshold appropriately. And now at this point, we could just say create. And then, once we create slices, then, each of the slices will automatically, be taken care of just like that's it. Or once we have our events, we could also just choose to create regions. And then each slice is a particular region, and we could drag these in. And then when you go to, the file here, we could just say, let me just go to the pool window, sorry. Then when we see regions, you'll see like this little plus sound. Now each slice could be its own region, and those regions can be saved, with the project. So a number of ways of doing that. You could also just drag the loop into a sampler track. So let's say if I create a sampler track, we'll just add the sampler track. And I drag this in. We create our slices. All right, and then we could just save this as a track preset. So once we have this done, all we have to do is say save track preset, and we'll call it slice fun, and hit OK. And then at that point, we could just go to any other project if you wanted to recall it. Just go to media. Let's jump back to user presets, and then if you just wanted to go to track presets, to sampler, and then you could see your slice fun that could be just kind of dragged in and be able to be triggered and performed with. So if you save it as a sampler track preset, all the slices will be maintained that way. See Jeff Sabelski's question of who helps the oboist establish the pitch center. And he says the bassist. So when I was in college, it was always a little Korg tuner that the oboist would use. So and see, just kind of a further clarification is probably before I showed this point. Peter just says a number of string tracks nested in a folder named strings. Clicking on said folder would expand or collapse all the nested tracks. I don't believe the folders appear in the mix console. So the folders don't appear, but you can hide and close them based on the folders as well. You see Ben Jacks is the principal bassist, Helps keeps the pitch center under control for Jeff Zabelski when he's playing oboe in an orchestra. So I know he used to play with the singer, and she was always, got her tonal balance, like her whole tonal foundation, just from my bass parts. All right, wonderful to see Tim Weinheimer on the live stream. Glad you can make it. All right, so we see got your just saying the best way to save everything in one folder is backup unless you use a sampler from Cubase that doesn't allow you to move them. Then I would bounce a track, hitting audio bounce selection. So the sampler track will allow you. So let's say I just want to do this. So I'm going to get rid of this audio file here, and I'm just drag another audio file in. Okay, so let's say I have this, and we have our sampler track. So when we go to our pool window, we can see that we have a sampler track here. So I think if we go to back up the project, so we'll just say, set this for March 14th. And we'll create a new folder here. So create, and then we will keep we'll keep the current, so we'll do sampler. All right, so we'll just come here. So I'm going to close this project. And let's open up the sampler track backup test. So just come to the Hangouts folder. We'll activate the project. And now when we want to look at our pool window, see that we have our sampler track and that all of the files reside in the same folder here. So, but it could also be contingent on a preference. So when you go to, like, as you drag audio into the sampler track, if you go to editing to audio, on import audio files, you can have it automatically copied to the project folder. So make sure you have that preference enabled. Okay, so we see question from Frito. How does the merge tempo from tapping function work when I play a part in MIDI? I want to set the tempo definition from this MIDI event. It always says tempo out of range. All right, so let's take a look. I get that occasionally, but let me just take a MIDI track here. Okay, so now we have MIDI track, and I'm just going to go ahead and just kind of hit my MIDI keyboard. then at this point, we'll take this. Let's go to MIDI, to functions, and merge tempo from tapping. And we're going to say this is going to be quarter notes. And now that we've done that, let's look at our tempo map, see if it created one for us. So now what it's done is just created a tempo map. So it's not necessarily, it's for kind of like a tap tempo. It's not necessarily for taking MIDI from an existing like piano part. But if you just kind of tapped along to the project, that way it could just do the particular tapping. So if I select that again and we go over to, I'll add a tempo track. So select the event. Let's go to MIDI to merge tempo from tapping. We'll set it to, let's say I tap quarter notes, and then it's created our tempo map just like that. Okay, so we have Kenny Jobson, just can't stay for long, but just wishing everyone well. So, all right, so we see Nick still not feeling great, but we're glad that you joined us just to hit the like button. All right. All right, so Peter asks, we hope you get better soon, Nick. Peter asks, can you demonstrate your preferred method of gain matching when inserting a dynamics plugin, for example, if any? So, I use a lot of the, built-in plugins, and, a lot of those have kind of built-in gain. So let's say if I jump over to this project here. Okay, so let me just.
I know you're looking good. I'm in the neighborhood.
All right, so let's say if I'm.
Let's have a good time. I never promised you.
So I'm gonna go to my dynamics here.
But if you miss me, let it be. Hit the
So, you have kind of like a lot of times an automatic makeup gain. So, a lot of times as we do this,
I know you're looking good. I'm in the neighborhood.
so
Got some cheap wine.
a lot of times I will, sometimes I will intentionally, alter the gain. Like if something isn't loud enough and I want to compress it to kind of bring it up, or if it's way too loud, then I may not use the makeup gain. But a lot of times, if you have the option, just use kind of the auto gain adjustments. And that way you don't have to go tweaking so much. So it's generally what I do. All right, so we see Got Your just says he's giving some advice to Charles Davis. That's great. But one of the things is Got Yours just tells Charles Davis that also, and it's about maybe render place versus bounce. Let me make sure I just didn't miss the question on that. Okay, so I think it's about sampler track, but the render, the bounce selection doesn't have to be the whole track. So if you have just, it's based on the left and right locators. So So with the left and right locators are set, that's where the bounce, so it doesn't have to be the whole track. All right, wonderful to see Neil Patton from Yamaha on the live stream. Just saying thanks, Greg, for doing these. What a great resource for everyone. You're the best. So Neil is a wonderful district manager to handle Southern California for Yamaha. And a longtime friend, and I've worked with him for over 18 years. So thanks for joining us, Neil. All right, so question from Mike Rivera. Hello, Greg. How do I tab across windows in Cubase? If I open up piano roll or EQ, I have to close it and reopen. Would like to toggle these without closing every time. So I think, it might be slightly different, but if you have your different window settings here, you could just, I think that you could actually, just come over here and let me see what options we have as far as keyboard shortcuts for Windows. But let's say, but if you find yourself opening and closing windows constantly, think of maybe utilizing, the different workspaces. So when we come here, let's just see if there's a way. Different Windows menu. So there's ways to kind of show and hide the plugins or select the next plugin window. But, so maybe, what you could think of is, just easily setting up, like once you have everything set up the way you want for a project, is just to come over here and add a workspace. And then you could have kind of global workspaces and project workspaces. So if you find yourself jumping to a particular area, just quickly add it as a workspace, and then you could just hit one button and recall different workspaces for that. All right, so we see from Frito, could you add a request for doing the track delays together? So yeah, I'll add that, and it'll be included kind of in monthly report that I send with all the questions. All right, so we see from Jose Antonio Gazzo, does bounce in place / render in place or mix bounce a specific track event cause any time shifting delay when importing back? So no, it's going to be perfectly sample accurately placed. So no problems with that. All right. Okay, my chat field jumped on me, so let me just. Okay, so I'm back where I was. Sorry about that. See from Grandma Witcher, just kind words saying to Michael Teams, this live stream is unprecedented in the world of DAW music production. There simply is nothing that compares to this. So thank you for the kind words. I can't believe that we've been, Friday will be our 3-year anniversary. So, and remember, Friday we will be doing some giveaways to celebrate the 3-year anniversary. See from Benny, it would be nice if Chris or Dom could attend any of the Zoom meetings. So I'll make sure to invite them. So that's a good, I probably haven't invited them, but I'll make sure to do that. That's a great idea to get them both on. All right, so we see a question from Kilo Pro L family. If I only use 5 or 6 plugins, how do I segregate them so I don't have to see the entire list? So if we go to your studio menu and let's go to the VST plugin manager, you could create a new collection. So if you click on the plus sign up here, and then we'll just choose to make this empty. All right, and we will just come and we'll just give it a name. We'll say March 14th. And then I say, okay, I only use these particular plugins. So now that this is my collection that I've made, when I go to access my plugins, I go to inserts. At this point, we say, okay, I want to load up a plugin. I only see my 5 or 6 plugins. And if you wanted to get back to all of your plugins, you could choose default, but all you have to do, again, is just come right over and choose, create a new collection in the VST plugin manager. So go to your studios, go to the studio menu, not to the studio setup, sorry about that. Studio menu to VST plugin manager, and then click on the plus to create just a new plugin collection and just only copy those over. So they're still available if you wanted to add them in later, and you could dynamically switch in real time during the middle of your project. Okay, so we see from Mike Weiser, question, is there a way of locking the read-write horizontal lines on the effects or group track outputs? I accidentally keep drawing in automation on those buses when I'm editing tracks on the screen. Okay, so let's see. All right, so let's say if we go to our effects channels here. In this project, so let me just okay, let me just look at, I don't think there's, so try, one thing you could try is to right click on it and go to track control settings and see if you add the lock, then that may prevent it. So so again, like on the FX channel folders, try to again right click to track control settings, and then like by default the lock is a hidden control. Select it and add it to the list, and then you might be able to just add. So let's say we want to move this track to new folder. So try just locking the particular folder and see if that helps with you, Mike. All right, so we see a question. Hi, Greg. Do you have any tips on how to quickly crossfade overlapping audio? If the audio is too long, the crossfade is also long, and you just want a quick, short millisecond crossfade. So one of the things that you could do is, like, and it's a great feature. It's not where you could necessarily edit the crossfade, but let's say if I'm just over here and I have lots of different audio events, there is like a little, if you go to the transport, you could just turn on auto fade settings. So you could just say, I want auto fade in and auto fade out turned on for the track. And this way, what it does is anytime that it sees a new event, it will just do a very short crossfade. And you could set the amount of the crossfade time here. So it defaults to 10 milliseconds. So that anytime you have two events, so it doesn't physically alter visually the files, but it just plays back the fade in or fade out anytime that a clip or anytime that an event starts, ends, or if it overlaps, it'll just do the auto crossfades. So try just to maybe enable the auto track, and that could save you a lot of time where, some people are like, oh, I can't really see the fade in. But most people in the long run just don't want to hear a fade in, or they don't want to hear it, and they want like a slight fade to do that. So Cubase can utilize the auto fade settings so that you don't have to manually adjust those. Okay, so you see Drowsy Eternal says awesome zero reset, Greg. Thanks. Just made me a little speedier, so that's great. So Little Wing Audio says that was cool to automate the compressor. So all right. So we see, what is the question? What is the fastest way to find an event/item that has offline processing applied in a project with a lot of events/multiple tracks? So I think, let's come over here and I'll just create just a quick file here. All right. So let me unlock this. So we can see that now if I try to all right, so let's come over here. Let me just unlock. So I'm not sure if there's like an exact way of saying anytime that you have, the F7 open and you select events. But let me see if there's any way in the... Don't think there's any indication in the pool window if there's offline processing. Okay, so let me see if... So see this little icon. Let me just try it on a different project and see without any other files. Okay, so I'll record on both of these files. All right, and I want to do an offline processing on this one. Always one function key off. Okay, so let's go to our pool and we'll see if there's any indications. So it looks like maybe this icon, like when we look at the status of it, that might indicate that there is offline processing on it. So let me just add another audio track. And I'll go to record. So yeah, so now I'm going to come over here, take that audio file. So when we see this little icon here, that it seems to indicate that there is offline processing on that particular file. So let's say if I do an offline process here, and now we go to the pool, yeah. So that little icon right there indicates that that file has offline processing on it. See, Drowsy Eternal says he's trying to walk away from the monitor, but he's captivated. So that's good. All right, so we see, does Cubase keep a MIDI history at all? I can't remember these chords I played, and I deleted the track already. So if you have gone through, like, let's say, okay, I want to add a quick MIDI track. It's going to be kept in the undo history until you close the project. So say now I'm recording chords and I delete the track. So we'll come over here, we'll remove the selected track. I do edits and move this around. So, and do this. I want to add an effects channel. All right, so now if I wanted to go to my undo history, you could just simply kind of come right over here and see. But if it was, the computer has been turned off, you may have to, it's not going to immediately jump back. So you may have to undo like a whole slew of features and then to get access to it. But if you were kind of within reason, you could go back to it just through standard undo history. All right, so we have a question. Why am I not getting preserved console configurations on the drop down? So when we go to particular projects, if we have different configurations that have been saved in the mix console, so when we open this up and we'll go to our mix console, and we have our configuration here. So let's say, okay, I only want to see drums. Okay, so we'll just say, okay, now when I go to add configuration, I say drums. Okay, so I've saved that. But if I go to a different project, the mix console histories are going to be based upon, the channel configurations are based on the project. So let's say if I added a number of different drum tracks, I come here. And even if they were the same names, I go to my mix console, the configuration. So the configurations are stored in the actual project themselves. And if you want a configuration to transfer, to multiple projects, like these are always my drums. It's my studio drum kit. This is my grand piano that's mic'd up. This is my guitar amps. You could start off with a template and store the configuration within the template and start every project with the same. But the mix console configurations are going to be actually stored, as part of the project, because different projects will, have different tracks in them. So they're not going to be universal. And if you do want it to function in a universal manner, consider using templates so that you're starting off with the same tracks. Okay, so we see what does auto select events under cursor do? Okay, so let's say we have, and this is a preference, and usually this is kind of like a lot of times if we have, if we're doing editing with a mouse, we could select different events quite easily. All right, but if we're using a control surface, doing that with a control surface isn't as easy. So let's say I have this track selected. So, with the mouse, it's very easy to go, okay, let's select that and pull it down. But, a lot of functions are based upon, an event being actually selected because you don't want everything to be pulled down. So when we go to our preferences and we choose editing, and then there's the auto select events under cursor. So I'm going to hit apply. And now as I move over particular events, those events will be selected as the cursor is over them. So this is on the selected track. And as we just kind of hover over particular events, those are selected as, so this is a way for control surfaces to select events if you don't want to use a mouse. And that's really kind of the intention of it. All right. So let me just toggle that back before it messes me up later. All right, so let's go to some of our questions that were mailed in. So thank you, everyone, for great questions. And remember, we'll be doing giveaway on Friday's live stream to celebrate our 3-year anniversary. So we'll be doing kind of our typical Club Cubase live stream trivia. Okay, so we had a question on last live stream right at the very end about how to work with the arranger track. So what the arranger track allows us to do is basically to have a project that is linear playback in a non-linear manner. So let me just open up a particular project where I have some arranger track stuff configured. So, Cubase was like really the first program that allowed us to work in non-linear manners where we could see, or linear manners where we could see our beginning, our middle, and our ending of our particular project. And if we wanted to simply kind of, we can see our start, middle, end. And we can see that very easily. But what if we wanted to take different arrangements? So we have lots of clients doing advertising work, and maybe they need a 5-second, a 15-second, a 30-second, and a 60-second version of their song. Or if you're doing different, alternative arrangements. So we could add an arranger track, and we could define our different parts of our song just by grabbing the eraser tool. And as we grab the eraser tool, we could just hover over and we could create sections. Now, we could also create subsections. So if we say, okay, I wanted this part, and each of these can be labeled. So it'll kind of show up as like A, B, C, D. If you wanted to label, I think it's just hold down Alt or Option and double click and type in the name. So we could define all of our different parts of our project. And now at this point, what we want to do is to have a different play order. So if we were doing a new play order, I would just come right over here and say, okay, let's create a new chain. And then we could just drag and create different arrangements of our project. So if we wanted this to play back non-linearly, we could say, okay, I want it to start right here, and we enable the arranger track. So as we do this, we'll just say, okay, we're going to play. And say, I'll just kind of skip ahead a little bit here. So usually when this part ends, it continues to go on straight linearly. All right, so we do this. So we expect it to keep going on linearly. Then it goes back to the intro. Then jumps to the chorus. So that way we could have different arrangement ideas. So you don't have to have the arrangement completely baked in. These ideas, you can just navigate and try different alternative, like, song structures to, just try something fresh where you're not copying all of the parts. Now, once you have everything kind of set up the way you want it, and if you wanted to export this, all you'd have to do, you'll have different settings. You could just come over and just say, we want to flatten the chain. You could create it in the current project or the new project, and this will copy all the parts out as if this was the complete arrangement for you. So it allows you to work in a non-linear fashion. All right, so we had a quick question about how to delete hit points. And I was having a brain cramp on this last week, so we'll show how to do this. So let's say if we're in our sample editor and we have hit points that have been determined. So if you wanted to delete a single hit point, if you just kind of hover in the sample editor, so let's say we'll edit our hit points, turn that on. And then all you have to do is hold down the shift key, and then you could just remove particular hit points. So we say, so at that point you could you'll see it turned into an X, and then you could remove the particular hit point for you, and you'll see that it'll kind of turn blue if you needed to activate it again. So. All right, Michael Teams had asked last week about kind of a quick overview of how to get around colors, which is a new free Hallian 7 instrument. So let's take a look at that. I said I would play around with it some more. All right, so colors is kind of a deceptively simple interface. But let's say, okay, we could go through kind of some different presets just by selecting different textures. It's not intended to sound like a grand piano. Now when we select one of these interfaces, we could also just, at this point, we could choose different components. So let's say we want to now come over to the easel. So if I wanted to have we could have 4 different elements. So we have kind of like a distortion. And if we wanted to make different elements louder or softer, we can see kind of the brightness change. And we could change different textures. So now each of these elements, if we wanted to start off with kind of like one basic sound, and then if you click here, we could just say, okay, I wanted to access some, we could solo a particular layer. If we wanted to transpose, we could come directly over here. Now we also can have like a basic arpeggiator. So if you wanted to, and then if you wanted to even have different modulation sources, so you say, okay, now I just wanted this to. So you could combine, multiple different areas here. So if you wanted to adjust like even like the attack, say just on that one particular voice. And then also when you start getting into master, this is where we could have our different effects. So if we wanted to have more reverb, if we want to adjust main, a delay, chorusing, as well as kind of different filters. And then if you wanted to adjust kind of your different filter shapes, different filter types, you could have control over that. So really interesting instrument, so again, it's not designed to get like a killer drum sound or pianos, but just kind of really atmospheric textures. It's a wonderful inclusion on anyone's instrument list. Okay, so we had a question mailed in. Is there any way to see what track plugin is using the most amount of CPU/RAM? Every now and then my large template gets pops and crackles, and I'm not sure what is causing it. So you realize that, it could be a lot of factors, so we could see what, sometimes different plugins don't work well with, particular audio drivers, and that may cause pops and crackles, but it's not necessarily a Cubase issue or CPU issue, but how that particular plugin is interfacing with a particular, audio driver. But there isn't like a dynamic thing, and realize that every time that, if you play 2 notes versus 8 notes on an instrument, that could use 400%. So depending how many voices are going, so there really isn't a particular, meter that could effectively show exactly. I mean, it's going to be constantly moving, but I think the best way to do it, if you're in doubt of which instrument, and I think most of us, as we're working, will realize that, okay, this is an instrument. When I brought this in, it started bogging down a little bit. So maybe just right click and choosing to disable particular tracks. So you can say, okay, what happens if I disable this track or disable these 5 or 6 tracks? Then you could just simply come over and isolate it pretty quickly at that point. Okay, so we had someone that was looking for a detailed MIDI remote script for the Focusrite Control 2802. Any ideas? So they are really easy to make, so I think if I remember, that was kind of like almost like a little mixer, control surface, and audio interface combined. So when it's that, most of them will be set up to kind of work as a Mackie control by default. But a lot of the different functions is you could go to the MIDI remote and just create a new device and just, move each knob. So once we have this kind of set up, we'll just say, okay, I want this to be going in and out of this port. And then say, okay, it has 8 faders. So create a fader, move the fader, and then that will automatically populate. Then you could choose what particular function you want the faders to do. So, you could take a look on the, it's not the most popular control surface. I think it's been discontinued a number of years, but there's a chance that maybe someone has created one. There is a web page that people are sharing MIDI remote scripts, but it's not, again, it's not like a popular one. So you might have to create your own, but don't hesitate. You could probably create it and and customize it to exactly what you want, as opposed to how someone else may have customized it, so that you could, have it dialed in exactly what you need it to do. All right, so we had a question and a little email discussion on this. So it says, could you show us in your live stream? So I was at the end of my score and started exports and had some very odd pan stuff going on. In the end, I had to rebus and reset up all effect sends and quad groups and quad effects returns, which fixed it. But I have to look to see if this could be a bug or just something I'm doing wrong. It could just be the way I'm working. I started with a stereo virtual instrument track into a stereo group and then sent that to a quad output. Set the panner, done. It sounds correct from the quad outputs, and then you can bounce the master quad output, no problem. But if you bounce group track, your pans change. I have a simple cut down project which included on the Cubase forum link below. So, sometimes if you're creating something that's being sent to a stereo group, and then you're feeding that stereo group to like a quadraphonic group, I would avoid the stereo group and just do a quadraphonic group. It's not really going to add any more data. But, if anything is kind of being fed into a stereo source and then the stereo source is being fed to a quadraphonic source, the limitation is the stereo source, and that will affect the panning. So try just creating, instead of stereo groups, quadraphonic groups. Okay, so we see a question. Hi, Greg. Why does my automation only follow audio events and not MIDI events when copying or move? Okay, so let's say if I have an instrument track here, and I have MIDI being routed to it, and let's say I have my events here. So when I move the MIDI, we could just see that the automation moves entirely with it. And that's just by going to automation follows events. So if that's unchecked from the edit menu, it doesn't carry over. But again, we go to edit to automation follows events. We move it and the event is just automatically, the automation is tied directly with the event. So check again. I mean, it works the same for MIDI or audio. If it is, with MIDI CC data, so let's say, okay, I wanted to just see like modulation data, and I moved a MIDI events here, and the MIDI CC doesn't move. It could be just because there's a setting here to automatically auto-select controllers. So now once I select events, and we zoom in and I want to move the controller, now the CC data will move with it. So make sure that you have the auto select controllers if it's within the MIDI event itself. Okay, so a question. In the MIDI drum editor, where is the option to remove all of the not used instruments pitches? So I'm only looking at the pads I've used. Okay, so let's say we're in our drum editor. So we'll come here and we only have, particular MIDI notes. Let's say going on here. I don't want to see all of them that are empty. So if we come to our pitch visibility tab, we can say show only drum sounds with events. And now we could just hide every lane that doesn't have a particular event. So just click right here. And then if you wanted to flip them around, you have the option to do that. Or if you want to show only sounds are in use by the instrument as well. So just enable right there. Okay, so we see, hi Greg, I've just updated Cubase 12 Elements. My laptop, I run only stock plugins. My main DAW with the UR812 runs Cubase 10 Pro and Windows 7 for now. A number of plugins purchased from Steinberg. Can I open Cubase 12 Elements project files in Cubase 10 Pro? If so, are there any Cubase 12 Elements features that need to avoid using in order to open Cubase 12 projects successfully? And this is from Trond. I think that there may be one or so features, and maybe a new plugin, but I think, for 98% of the functions that you're going to be okay. And if if it doesn't open, it could often what happens, it could depend on the project and what functions are being used in the project. So if it was, I'm trying to think of something that would have been introduced in Cubase 12 elements specifically that's not in 10, but you can just get the particular projects. You could always go into Cubase 10, and if you get a message saying it can't do it, a lot of times it would open, but maybe not have the function activated. But you could always go to import tracks from project and select a particular project and just import it that way. And that way it's kind of independent of the particular audio file in Cubase 10 Pro. So if you have any issues, just try the import tracks from project. All right, so we just have a question. My question is there a global setting or preference regarding double-clicking loop visible in the media bay? I mistakenly assumed that the quarter note yellow selection and toggle time-based to musical mode as opposed to linear time-based selection was a global selection. It has no effect. I noticed that double-clicking a loop and having it automatically imported into musical mode. If the align beats to project box has to be selected or won't import into musical mode. If you have any time in the live stream, please expand on this. So yeah, I think that is kind of the criteria that if I was doing a new project, sometimes people want stuff to import into musical mode and sometimes they don't. People say always have it, do it. And some people are like, oh, never, ever, I'll do it if I need it. But let's say if we go to our media, and let's say if we go to our loops and presets, let's say we go to drum loops, I select it here. And let's say if I don't have align beats to the project, when I double click, let's say if we drag this in, that those aren't in musical mode, but if we have it now that we have this on, that it's imported into musical mode. So that's kind of an indication that, you could control which are imported with musical mode. So, I've tried to get, and I've asked if there was a way to, select all events and put them into musical mode using like the logical editor. So we could do it for tracks, but not for events, but maybe that would be an option. So you could have kind of a one button solution to take everything to musical mode. Okay, we got through those. All right, so we see, is there a way to turn stereo reverbs into multi-channel reverbs? So when we add plugins, so, VST3 plugins have the capability of being whatever kind of channel configuration is set for the particular channel. So not all VST3 plugins takes advantage of this particular functionality. So when we go to add an effects track, and let's say I wanted to use Revelation, at this point we could choose our channel configuration to be 5.1, and I wanted my audio outputs to a 5.1 output. And now that would automatically work, but there's no way of saying, okay, now it's a stereo. I guess if you added a stereo, let's say if we have a 5.1 output, so let's go to outputs. So we have a 5.1 out, and if we add a stereo effects, so let's say I wanted to add a stereo Roomworks, that I could still send it to my 5.1 output. So, but when I come over, let's say to my panner, but it may not actually be true. I could place my stereo effect within the 5.1 or surround field, but it may not actually generate reverb in all four channels. So, use the built-in reverbs because they will scale to whatever kind of dynamic channel width that you have for the particular project. All right, let's go. Let's jump over real quick. See if we have some more live questions. We see we're at 133 likes. Thank you, everyone. And over 1,400 viewers so far. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. All right, so we see from Roger Cabo, hi everyone, mono audio track, I like to invert the phase of a frequency band, say 1K to 2K only, and I want to automate the intensity by and curve if possible. Would you please show? Thanks a lot. So let's see if we can figure this out. There's plugins that do that type of thing. See how we're doing on time. All right. All right. So let's say if we send this source to a group. Okay, so I'm going to make a stereo group. And on this group, so let's say we have just this drum loop here. All right, so I'm going to mute that. Okay, so we're going to route this to group 1. All right, so let's say on group 1, we want it to have, we'll open this up. So let's come over to maybe like Imager. And let's go solo, particular frequency range. And then if you wanted to flip the phase of that, but let's say, I want to send this out to my stereo out. And then on this, I want to send it to this group via ascend. And then so that way you could take just those particular frequency ranges and have that as your group. All right, so with that, we're just about out of time. I want to thank everyone for wonderful questions and look forward to seeing everyone back on Friday. And, make sure that you attend because we'll be doing some giveaways. Everyone, please stay safe and healthy, and we'll see you back on Friday. Thank you.